Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. This is who did you boycott today? All right, folks. How y'all doing? How you doing? I see Jake and this person by the name of Joe have a Twitter space open, and they in there. Jake had the nerve to tell folks in the room that Black American is going to be the heading on the census report, and that Negro is going to be beneath it. Well, I don't know what planet or world that Jake think he living on, but Negro came first because we all are fully aware of Negro slavery. Negro slavery, it wasn't called Black American slavery. And these human beings have been listening to my broadcast, and they finally are realizing they can't get anywhere without Negro. So now they're trying to circle back around and put Negro up under Black. No, Negro history was recorded first. It was recorded first, and they must not have looked at that list that Donald Trump put out recently of words that he don't want to be. Let me see if I still got it open so I can. No, that's the other one. It was another one. I just opened it the other night that Donald Trump had put out as far as the list of words that he do not want stated anymore, spoken of, and I'm gonna have to try to see if I can find. I don't know if I can find that list right away. So let me scan my website. My I'm not gonna be able to put my hands on it right away. I don't think I can. But what Donald Trump did was he made a list of different words that he did not want uh to be spoken. Oh, let me go back to Twitter and see if I can click on that link that I sent in the back channel to a couple of folks of that list that Donald Trump had put out, because I think folks need to look at that list of words that Donald Trump says he don't want to be spoken. I guess in his presence or whatever. I don't know why I am not seeing my message. Give me a few minutes here. I got to scan my DMs and try to find that message that I sent out. Okay. See if I can find it. USTA. Okay. Where is that message? Uh. I'm still here. I'm having to skip over to my other browser, my other page that I have open to try to find that list that Donald Trump put out about certain words that he don't want to be mentioned. Oh, here it is. Oh, here it is. It's right in front of me. I had skipped right over it. Yes, it says Trump list of banned words is worse than you thought. And I will put the link. I will put the link in the chat. I will certainly put the link in the chat for folks who want to shimmy on over there and click on the link. And I hope it'll show the whole link. I have put the link in the chat, and the word black is on that list. Activists and activism is on that word, and a lot of other choice words that apparently Donald Trump is saying that uh, the heading reads as President Trump seeks to purge the federal government of woke initiative, agencies have flagged hundreds of words to limit or avoid according to the compilation of the government document. And on that list is accessible, activism, activist, advocacy, advocate, advocate again, affirmative care, all inclusive, allyship, anti racism, uh, anti racist, assigned at birth. Oh, it's just a whole laundry list of words that Donald Trump has put on there, and black is on there. These folks, you folks who want to be black American, you got a problem. You best pray to God that Donald Trump uh, don't replace Negro on that census report. How dare you human beings who are black American think that Negro should go beneath black when the Negro ancestors went through 246 years of Negro slavery way before a word called black American came into existence. That's the ungratefulness as to why you are never going to gatekeep black. God is going to make sure of that because of your ungratefulness. You ain't going to never gatekeep black because you've been ungrateful and disrespectful to the Negro ancestors. And then this other guy by the name of Mark from the Soil said the ancestors are proud of y'all. The ancestors are not proud of y'all because y'all have lost 246 years of Negro slavery history in this country. While you brain dead human beings are getting on an app every day, Donald Trump is busy erasing that history. Did y'all not hear about that list of historical sites that Elon Musk want to put up for sale? I don't see you opening no rooms about that. The Montgomery Freedom Riders Historical Museum is possibly going to be put up for sale, but you folks have not opened one room to talk about that. But you've been opening all of these rooms talking about crying about black American, crying about the term black American. Well, you may end up getting black American. I don't know. But you can bet your bottom dollars Donald Trump concern and America's concern is how do they wash that blood off of their hands for Negro slavery. That's what they're concerned about. They'll let you cry over the word black American until you go to your grave. They'll let you do that. I don't know if they're going to allow put executive order into effect that none of these immigrants with brown and dark brown skin cannot check that box anymore. I don't know. But what I do know is that Donald Trump says he do not want anyone growing up to hate America. Let's all say it together. Donald Trump says he do not want anyone growing up to hate America. Well, my common sense tells me that Donald Trump is talking about Negro slavery being taught in public schools and maybe colleges. He don't want anybody taught that. So how do you think you're going to get your justice claim across the finish line when the country that you are expecting to get it from don't even want to teach that history? And they may still remove the term Negro. They may still erase it. They certainly erasing it in the books. They have already replaced it in the books with the term Black American and African American. Negro has been erased from the books. So your little precious 50,000 patents got washed down the drain on the 28th of March, 2024, when the OMB wanted to remove Negro, and right now Negro is hanging in the balance. It's hanging in the balance. Nobody knows which way it can go. But one thing is for sure, Negro, like I told Ashun and Jake over a year ago, I told them directly the same thing I'm telling you right now. I told them that. I made videos explaining to them that it was dishonoring and disrespecting the Negro ancestors to put Negro beneath black. When we know, you can shimmy on over to Google and it says clearly, you ask Google the question, when did a change from Negro to Black American happen, to black happen? And they would tell you it takes 5 minutes to do that search. It came about in 1966. 1966. That's 350 years that Negro was the identity. For the 246 years of Negro slavery, every time a human being was put up for sale, they said, this Negro is up for sale today. This Negro is up for sale today. It's a ton of evidence proving that. And then for the next 100 years, it continued to be put on birth certificates and marriage license and death certificates. So that's a total of 350 years until the changeover to Black American happened in 1966. So do you folks really think that Negro belongs beneath Black American? You are a bald-faced liar. And God is going to make sure he take care of each one of you. You best pray to God that don't happen. You better pray to God that Negro get a separate box on that census report. They earned it. Those Negroes that went through 246 years of Negro slavery, they deserve a separate box. Since you folks don't want to be Negro, you don't want to identify as Negro, you don't want to say Negro out your mouth. So leave Negro alone and let it have a box all by itself to honor the ancestors. If you really care about your ancestors, then you will be fighting for that. But you don't. You care more about that word called Black American. So I'm going to have to start putting your name in my title. I'm going to have to start putting my name. I'm going to have to leave my boycott title, and I'm going to have to change up and start putting your names in my title to send you a clear message because you don't seem to be getting it. So I'm just going to have to put it on blast. I'm going to have to put it on blast in honor of the ancestors. So you sorry human beings are going to get this message one way or the other. But I can guarantee you, God is not going to reward you ungrateful human beings. You're not going to ever see one red penny of reparations. You're not going to ever see one red nickel or one red dime or one red quarter. You can bank on that. You can take it to the bank and draw interest on it. You can just already make your deposit and start drawing interest on it because you are never going to see one red penny because the evidence is Negro. The centerpiece of the evidence is Negro, and you got the gall to think that Negro belongs beneath Black American when that's the centerpiece of your evidence of your justice claim. But somehow or another, you ungrateful human beings think it belongs beneath the term Black American. How is that? How is that fair? How is that fair to the Negroes who suffered and died through Negro slavery to dishonor them in that way, to totally dishonor and disrespect them in that way? And you think you're going to get away with that? You really think you're going to get away with that? Well, I'm here to let you know you're not. I don't know about anyone else. I'm not one of those brain dead human beings that run around on Twitter claiming that all of these terms mean the same thing. We are all the same people. No, we're not. No, we're not. Negro is a true bloodline. It's E1B1A. What's the bloodline for Black American? Can someone send me the DM? But Negro, what, Nikki? What you say, Nikki? Okay, sorry about that interruption. But here I go. I got to finish up my broadcast so I can go back to my work. But I had to jump on here and say a few words about Jake and the rest of these folks. Their name is going to go in the title going forward. I'm just going to start putting their names in the title again because they don't understand that Dookie stinks. So I am going to have to put their name in the title. The classification Black American was made up. It was made up, and it's not going to steal the Negro ancestors' history. They're not going to get away with trying to steal it. They're not going to get away with trying to steal it, and they're not going to get away with it. And they clearly are no different than that little precious word that they love so much called tether. They want to tether to the Negro ancestors' history, but don't want to identify that way. They care more about the word nigger than they do about the word Negro. Downright shameful. All they do is run around all day and call each other nigger, 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 sounding just like a slave master. Sounding just like a slave master reincarnated. That's how they sound, and they don't even hear themselves because we all know that the slave master coined the term nigger. Did they not? Did they not coin that word? The same way you folks are so proud of the word tether, well, the slave master coined the word nigger. And you folks run around all day quite proud to say it out your mouth. When each time I hear one of you say I have a flashback to that time period. It's like the slave master just rose up from the grave just long enough to say the word nigger. Y'all folks are pitiful. No, you're not going to get away with what you're trying to get away with. You're so proud of the word nigger, then get your bag of money off a nigger. Don't try to tether to Negro because I've been around for 3 years and most of you were ashamed to say the word nigger, Negro, Negro. You was ashamed to say it out your mouth. You made a joke of it. You told the OMB that you wanted to abandon it. So you don't get to circle back around. You don't get to circle back around and try to stand on Negro now. You abandoned it. You abandoned the term Negro in 2023. Do you think that folks lost their memory since 2023 when you called into the OMB and told the OMB you preferred to identify as Black American? When the OMB read to you each of the 3 days what their intentions were, that they planned to remove Negro, and as soon as you got your 2 minutes to talk, you told the OMB, I prefer to identify as Black American. Well, you told the OMB and you told America and you told the whole world that you didn't care about saving Negro. It's too late now. You best pray to God. You best pray to God that Donald Trump and Elon Musk and the Congress and the Senate put Negro back on that census report. And it best not be below Black American. It had better not be put below Black American. You best pray to God that that don't happen. How dare you sorry human beings insult the Negro ancestors in that way? How dare you think you have the gall to do that? That you're going to get on a public app and tell the whole world that Negro is going to be placed beneath Black American. When we clearly know there's a trail a mile long of Negro coming before the term Black American. You know, not one day of the life of those ancestors did they ever hear the word Black American. Not one time. Not one time during that 246 years did they ever hear the word Black American. But you think you have the right to rewrite the history. You think you have the right to redefine the description. America recorded slavery as Negro slavery. It's simple as that. That's the evidence. If you change it in any way, you are removing the evidence. If you redefine it, you are removing the excuse me. You are removing the evidence. If you change one word or one letter, you have removed the evidence. And that's the problem that you folks have. And you know you got that problem because you've been listening to my broadcast. You've been listening to my broadcast and you have been trying to make changes and tweak it. And so you decided that you needed to tether and attach your Black American to the term Negro because you could not get anywhere without attaching it. Because it's recorded. You can go back on each one of your timelines, your Twitter timeline, and if you go back past 1 year, not one of you had ever mentioned the term Negro. You didn't even put it in your profile. You didn't put it on your timeline. And now all of a sudden, since you've been listening to my broadcast, you're trying to change up. But it's too late. It's too late. When you had your opportunity to tell the OMB not to remove Negro, you didn't do it. You had your opportunity when you had 75 days to submit your statement. So you don't get to circle back around and try to double step and backstep and recover for your own stupidity. For your own stupidity, you don't get a second chance. You don't get a third chance. No, your own stupidity caused the OMB to remove Negro on the 28th of March, 2024. And now, since Donald Trump or whoever is calling the shots up there told the OMB head person to put a hold on the term Negro, if that person had not stepped in and made a decision to put a hold on it, you folks wouldn't have gave a darn if it would have stayed removed. Not one of you would have shed one tear over it because you opened a Twitter space after the OMB came out with their decision on the 28th of March, 2024, and you didn't shed one tear that they had removed it. So you can't fake the funk now. You can't try to fake the funk that you care about the term Negro because you don't. And you can stop running around here lying to people and telling them that all of these terms mean the same thing. They don't. And you clearly know that. ADOS and FBA have not been recognized at the local, state, and federal level. FBA and ADOS and Freeman has not been recognized at the local, state, and federal level. Somehow or another, Freeman is somehow intertwined with the Native Americans or American Indians. They are somehow intertwined over there. I don't know how it's made up, but Dr. Claude Anderson put in his letter to Barack Obama that the black Indians and the black freemen had not been repaired. And so those folks who are running around here calling themselves freemen, they need to get in touch with Dr. Claude Anderson, or they need to get in touch with the Native Americans Bureau and figure out what their blood quantity is. Whatever their blood quantity is, they need to get in touch with the American Indians and the Native Americans and find out, will they be rejected? I don't know. What I do know is that Who Did You Boycott only has 1% of indigenous. One. I barely seen it. I almost missed it when I looked at my DNA result. 1% is indigenous. Boy, did I get lucky to know that I'm not we're not from the same bloodline. You folks are gonna have to take a blood test. You're not gonna get to run around here on this app and try to tell folks they are Negro without a blood test. Because Negro is a true bloodline. America know it, Putin of Russia know it, the Jews of Israel know it, and Pastor Darby, before he died, a whole 9 years before he died, a whole 9 years before he died, he did the research and discovered it. But even if you don't want to believe any of that, the Negro ancestors, they carved out 246 years under the term Negro. They didn't carve it out under Black American. They did not carve it out under African American. They did not carve it out under freedmen. They did not carve it out under ADOS. They did not carve it out under FBA. But you low down, sorry human beings are trying to steal that history that was recorded under Negro and put it up under your preferred term, your preferred self identifying term. Since you want to cling to the classification Black American, but Black American and African American has a definition on the OMB that says a individual belonging to a black racial group of Africa. That's what it says right now. And after y'all listen to my broadcast enough time, y'all figured out that you needed to steal the description of the Negro ancestors' history and put it up on the Black American. Because y'all certainly were not talking about that description before you started listening to my broadcast. And you know it, and I know it. You know it, and I know it, because I started listening to you brain dead human beings in January 2022. So you may lie to everybody else, but you can't lie to me, because I've been listening to most of you since January 2022, and I know good and darn well that didn't come out of your mouth not one time until after I started mentioning it on my broadcast. That's when it started coming out of your mouth. That's when you decided that you were going to make up a description called Black American Negro Descendant. That's when you decided you were going to come up with an acronym called Black American Negro Descendant. That's when you decided you was going to come up with an acronym Black American Negro Freeman. But before then, you didn't come up with that until you listen to my broadcast. I'm going to keep on repeating it. You sorry brain dead human beings had to listen to my broadcast before you figured out that you couldn't get anywhere without attaching to the term Negro. That's when you decided to include Negro, when you realized you won't get anywhere in America without that term Negro. So now it hangs in the balance. Will Donald Trump and Elon Musk and the Republicans and the Congress and the Senate and the whole world acknowledge the contribution and the sacrifice and the achievement of the Negroes, or they won't? Or they'll keep telling folks to check that box that says Black American / African American. It only time will tell. Will Donald Trump drop that bombshell? My gut tells me if I'm going by the evaluation of Donald Trump saying that he do not want anyone growing up to hate America, my gut tells me that Donald Trump is going to want to erase Negro. Donald Trump is going to want to make Negro disappear out of books, out of Google search, or out of Chat GPT, out of anywhere it's stamped at. But you folks can call me crazy all you want. You folks can call me crazy until the cows come home. I've been right. I've been right about the boycott that you sorry human beings don't have the backbone to do because you can't stand my guts, but you got all the time in the world to get on a public app and cry all day and complain all day and talk all day. But if you really cared about the Negro ancestors, then you would be opening rooms and you would be boycotting. The same way you can talk on Twitter is the same way you can talk on Fanbase. The same way you can talk on YouTube is the same way you can talk on Fanbase. The same way you talk on Clubhouse is the same way you can open your mouth and talk on Fanbase. It's no different. The same way you're going to talk the same way. So you're going to pay a price. You're going to pay a price for not boycotting. You're going to wish to God that you did. You you let your spite for me, your dislike for me so badly cause you not to organize a boycott. But you folks organize a Twitter space every single day. You gather together every single day, day after day. The same way you gather together day after day on Twitter is the same way you could be boycotting Twitter. But you don't have the backbone to do it. You don't have the backbone, and your enemy clearly knows that. You're going to find out really, really soon here how big of a mistake you made not to boycott, how big of a mistake you made not to stand on Negro. You're going to regret that. You're going to regret it until you go to your grave. You're going to regret it. And I pray to God that I live long enough to hear you sorry human beings get on a public app and cry about it. I just pray that I live just long enough, one day extra, just one day extra to hear you sorry, weak backbone people get on a public app and cry when Donald Trump finally dropped that bombshell. Now, if who did you boycott is wrong, I'm going to do a broadcast and call myself a liar. I will, as soon as Donald Trump make his announcement and the OMB make their final decision, if who did you boycott is wrong, I'm not going to be like you spineless human beings. I'm not going to run away from it. I'm not going to wake up the next day and try to reinvent myself. No, I'm going to do a broadcast and admit and take ownership of what words came out of my mouth. I'm not going to be like you spineless human beings. Y'all are some spineless, weak human beings, downright spineless. So just let me know just in case I miss it. Just in case I miss the announcement by the OMB or Donald Trump the very minute that it come out, the very minute that it hit the news wire, just in case I miss it, make sure you send me a DM message and I will immediately open a broadcast and let you sh- shove it in my face. But I don't think that's going to happen. I really don't think that's going to happen. I really don't. And that's unfortunate for America. The best outcome that America can do is to honor the Negro ancestors. If they don't realize the mistake they will be making if they don't honor the Negro ancestors, then they can just be prepared for whatever judgment that God bring on them. That's gonna be they're gonna be deserving of whatever judgment that God put on them, and it has already started. So I believe that who did you boycott? Uh, have a mission. I have a mission to take care of now. I got to start all over again. I have to start all over again, putting your darn names in my title. I clearly wanted to focus on my boycott title, but since I realized about 2 days ago that you folks are deliberately running away from a boycott, and I think the main reason is because you just refuse or want to spitefully don't want who did you boycott to be right. Y'all are so pitiful. Y'all are so pitiful. But y'all just the main reason why you folks will not boycott Twitter or any of these other platforms is because you don't want who did you boycott to be right. So why are you afraid of boycotting? Could someone tell me why any of you are afraid to boycott Twitter? Can someone send me a DM message and explain that to me? If it's not because you despise my guts, what is the other reason? See, I think the main reason is because you despise who did you boycott guts, and you just can't think of. I don't use that word hate, so I will not use that word hate. So you folks despise and detest my guts so badly and so deeply. That is what I feel is the number one reason why you won't organize your own boycott. Even if you don't want to support the one that I have launched, you can go around that. You don't have to join the boycott that who did you boycott launch. You can launch your own. So that's not even a real excuse. But that's how y'all brain work. Y'all operate on clicks and inside club, and you got to be popular, and you got to show favoritism, and you have to be popular. You have to get a special invite to the popularity club. If you don't receive that invite to that popularity club, then you're not included. I bear witness to that when I was on Clubhouse, and I told them about it, and I opened a room and put them on blast over there. You can go ask the folks who remember me from Clubhouse. I called them out over there. Long before I came to Twitter. Long before I came to Twitter, I exposed those fake human beings over there who thought they were special. They thought they were so special, they all had to have a mod badge. They had to have a mod badge when 25 persons are on stage and 21 have to have mod badges. That's how special they thought they were. And when Who Did You Boycott pointed that out, they got mad at me. Why get mad at me? Because I spoke up to point out something that was unfair. Why get mad at me? Why make me the bad person? Because I had the backbone to speak up about it. Why get mad at me and kick me to the audience? Why? What did I say wrong? What did I say wrong when I'm counting the number of persons on stage and it's 21 mod badges and it's a total of 24 persons on stage? What is the purpose or the need for 21 mod badges? And then on top of doing that, I look in the audience and it's a ton of people in the audience. So you're not only sending a message to me that I'm excluded, but you're sending a message to every one of those persons who were in the audience at that very moment. When persons like ourselves who have brown and dark brown skin, we know how to witness exclusion. We have been excluded. We have been excluded all of our life. So when Who Did You Boycott apply her observation and say, I am bearing witness to persons with brown and dark brown skin excluding other person, and for no reason. For no reason. Clearly for no reason. Those persons that came into that room that day, they volunteered to come in there and give of their time to be a part of your room. But then you took the liberty to send them a clear message that they were excluded because they were not deserving of a mod badge. They were not part of the inside club. They did not get their invite to the inside club. How disrespectful. How disrespectful and unthoughtful can you be in a racist America, in a racist environment in America? How can you do that deliberately? Why would you do it? So yeah, who did you boycott has done her assessment. Who did you boycott has done her assessment, her evaluation, and I clearly have come to the conclusion just 2 days ago. I did not understand that the first year that I launched the boycott in February 2022. That thought had never came to my mind. Never crossed my mind not one day the whole year of 2022. I relaunched the boycott in February of 2023. Not one day did it ever cross my mind that folks that I was interacting with and supporting, and I would post your content. I would donate. I would come support your rooms. I extended my support to you. All I was simply asking was a tiny bit of support in return. And you folks told me in every word that you could that you didn't want to give that support. So who did you boycott became the bad person because I know what I did. I I constantly supported anytime that you open a Twitter space. I came in and supported your room 6 hours, 12 hours, 18 hours, sometimes almost 24 hours straight. But I could barely get 5 persons to come into my room when I did audiobooks. I could barely get 5. And I played the whole audiobook, Hebrews to Negroes, Wake Up Black American. I played the whole audiobook, Mayflower. I played the whole audiobook, The Destruction of the Black Civilization. And I barely could get 5 people to come in that room and support it. Barely 5. But who did you boycott is the bad person? When each one of you cannot put your hands on a stack of Bibles that I did not come to your room. I came to your room and supported when you open a room. But I'm the bad person. I'm the one that's crazy. I'm the one that don't know how to be fair. No, I was fair, but I was just wrong because I spoke up for myself. That's why you got mad at me because I guess you wanted me to just take it and keep my mouth closed. But you ran into the wrong person. You ran into the wrong person if you thought that. If you thought that who did you boycott is going to extend her support and not expect that in return, then you got the wrong person. Because time off of my life is just as precious as time off of your own life. So I'm not going to take it for granted to give up my time off of my life to support what you are trying to do, and you're not going to return that to me. I don't know what world you think you are living in. And I went a step further. I constantly supported your websites. If you came out with a website, I made sure I posted it 30, 60, and 90 days. I gave it a shout out on different platforms. But not one time could I go into a room and hear one of you come off the microphone and give a shout out to the boycott that I was putting my effort into. But every opportunity that I got to go on stage and give what you were doing a shout out, I did it. Not one time did I see where any of you reposted any content that mattered to me for 5 days straight, not even 2 days straight. But I'm the bad person. But I took time and reposted content that you had posted 30, 60, and 90 days at a time. But I'd never seen one time any one of the persons that I felt we were building a connection with, did they once take the time to repost something that I had posted for 2 days straight. It never happened. But I'm the bad person. I'm the person who's the bad person. But no, you're not going to paint that narrative about my character. You're not going to paint that narrative about my character and reputation. You're not going to get away with it. Because I know who I am. I know what I do. No one will have to ask me to do it. I volunteer to do it. And I expect if we are building a connection with each other, then we are going to extend that to each other without it being spoken. That's just the type of individuals that I associate with. But no, who did you boycott? I went for months and months before I ever opened my mouth and said anything. I said, don't don't say anything. They will decide when they're ready to give you support in return. And then as time went on, I said, no, I'm going to speak up for myself. After so many months went by, I finally decided to speak up. And then I'm painted the bad person because I didn't decide to stay silent. No, that's not how life works. That's not how life works. I don't know what circle you folks been running in, but I don't run in those type of circles. I don't run in those type of circles. I don't associate with those type of individuals. I do not associate and rub elbows with those type of individuals. I don't. I never have and I never will. So that's what I think the bottom line is. That's what I think the bottom line. Folks got bent out of shape with me because I had a different perspective about the word hate and white supremacy. Oh, I can't leave out those two things. Yeah, those are the kickers. Those are the two kickers. Folks got bent out of shape with me and opened a whole Twitter space and talked about me and character assassinated me for 2.5 hours, all because of a disagreement over two words, the word hate and white supremacy. How how bizarre is that? How bizarre is that? That folks that I had been building a connection with for well over a year gonna get bent out of shape and upset with me and run around and paint and do character assassination on me, all because we have different perspectives about a word called hate and white supremacy. But folks not gonna run around and tell that truth. They're gonna paint a whole different narrative. But I know the truth. I got the recordings. I got the recordings. Who did you boycott? Have the recordings. And I got the DM messages of all the times that I sent you my direct link to join my boycott. Most of you, I had to send a direct link to join the boycott more than 3 or 4 times before you joined it. Now, I can maybe understand the individuals who I did not interact with on a regular basis, and they just ignoring the DM message of me sending them the direct link. But for the persons that I hung around with constantly, what was the excuse for why you ignored the link? You tried to come up with an excuse that you did not understand the platform. So I changed the platform. I said I'm gonna take this feedback and you're gonna tell me that you don't understand the platform. So then I decided to put the boycott on my Twitter profile. You still don't join it. I build a website on GoDaddy and you still don't join it. I build over 60 network groups and you still don't want to join them. I'm jumping through all the hoops that I can think of to try to make it something that one a- one one in one way or another it can fit you. So I'm gonna set up 3 different platforms just to try to be pleasing to the masses. But who did you boycott don't want to listen to anyone. But I know I took in the feedback and I put took on the extra work to set up 3 different platforms. But nobody talks about that. I took money out of my pocket that I did not have to set up a GoDaddy website after spending $500 to set up a WordPress website. That's $800 that I could have kept. That's $800 I could have put someplace else. But who did you boycott did not run around crying about that? Who did you boycott didn't run around disparaging other person's characters because they chose not to support the boycott that I had launched? I didn't run around telling other folks in other spaces. I didn't go run into those other spaces and cry about that. I didn't run to those other spaces and talk about the persons that I had thought I had built a connection with and say why they didn't want to support what I was trying to do. I supported what they were trying to do. They if they launched their organization, I supported it. I even I even added their organization to my GoDaddy website. Put a whole single page up for the whole organization and added it to my website for the boycott. And I still didn't get any any support. I didn't get no shout outs after taking the initiative to put give each one of those organizations a single page on my website. I didn't get no I don't even think I got a thank you. Now that I think about now that I think about it, I don't even remember getting a thank you. But who did you boycott is the bad person. Nobody put my boycott on their website. They didn't add it to their website to give it uh try to help it reach more person, more of the community. They didn't do that. They didn't add a link to the boycott website to help support what I was trying to do, but I took the initiative to do that for their organization. But no, folks are not going to get away. Folks want to get away with being showing favoritism and popularity, and if you don't get that invite, then you are considered an outsider. I have watched that and observed that since junior high school. I know how to witness it. I know how to spot it when I see it. We all been seeing it since we were in junior high school. In high school, it hasn't changed. It hasn't changed. It don't look different. I don't I don't know why folks think it looks different than it did when we were back in junior high school because it don't. I guess folks think that folks can't recognize it, that it looks different in the way it looked when you were back in junior high school. Maybe that's it, or in senior high school. It don't look no different. It looked the same way. The same way that you observed it when you were going through junior high school. It's the same way it looked today as an adult. It's the only thing difference is you were a teenager then. Now you are a full-fledged adult. It's no different other than your age. I don't I don't know why folks think they were bullying anybody, but I got to jump off of here. I just got to get ready to regroup and change my titles. I got to go back to changing my darn titles. It just that's okay. I don't think folks gonna be motivated to boycott anyway. I have devoted 3 years of my life. I have devoted 3 years of my life since the February of 2022. I think I have devoted a good portion of my life to try to put the effort in to get to encourage others to organize for a boycott. And I said more times than I can count, even if you don't want to support the boycott that I have personally launched, then organize your own. Organize your own individual boycott. But I think the main target should be the social media platform because by targeting the social media platform, it can have the immediate impact. It can have an immediate impact over all of these other ways that folks may come up with to think about boycotting. Well, we're going to boycott one day. We're going to boycott one day here, and we're going to shop black and buy black. Those things are going to have a impact, but we are in such a crisis mode. We need something that can have the most immediate impact, and I cannot think of anything other than these social media platforms that can do that. I'm not trying to disregard the efforts that all of us may choose to boycott because a lot of us are already boycotting in many other ways. But to have a collective impact, I thought it after listening to a lot of feedback from all those persons, I took it in. I thought about it very long, and I said, well, initially when I was thinking about the boycott, it was going to be to target products and services. But then I went away from that uh, focus and said, no, after listening to the feedback, it made more sense to target social media platform to have the most immediate impact. And so I took in that feedback and I said, that makes more sense. And still, folks didn't want to support it. Folks still did not want to support it. So I think I can't think of what more I can do. I've done everything. I don't listen to feedback. I don't try four different platforms. I've been preaching about it for well over 3 years. I don't know what more I can do. So I'm just gonna change my title and put these folks' names in the title who are disrespecting and dishonoring the Negro ancestor. That's what I'm gonna do. I think my time can be put to in that way, uh, put to better use. I think that's what I'm going to have to do because I don't think these sorry human beings are ever going to find a backbone to boycott. I don't think it's in them. I don't think they have it in them. They prefer to run around and talk about pull-ups and going to their community. If they go to their community and they are talking to their community, they should be explaining to their community how to honor and protect and preserve the 246 years of Negro slavery and Negro history in America. But I bet those words don't come out of their mouth when they walk around and run around to these communities. I can bet my life on it. They don't have that conversation. Those words are not coming out of their mouth. Not one time. They're not when they interacting with that person in the mall and when they out walking around. They not explaining to those individuals how important it is to fight to protect and preserve that 246 years. I can guarantee you those words never come out of their mouth. But they'll swear down they honoring the ancestors. No, they are helping America erase Negro ancestor history on this landmass. That's what they're doing. But they'll never own up to it. They will never own up to it. They will go to their grave denying it. But I want each of you to start documenting it. If Donald Trump and the OMB do not come out with the right decision, I want you to be able to show proof of how America got away with erasing 246 years. I don't want you to have to guess about it. I want you to be a real life testimony of how it happened. Because my common sense tells me that America is going to insert the Germans, the Irish, the Asians, and the Latinos into that 246 years. That's who they're going to put in that. That's who they are going to insert, and they're going to remove Negro, and it's going to be like Negro slavery never happened in America. That's what they want. That's what my gut tells me. Now, I'm going to repeat again. I could be wrong, but I just don't think so. I really don't, and I'm not saying that just to try to be right. I don't feel it in my spirit. I don't feel it in my spirit. I really don't. I'm going by the words that come out of a person's mouth. I'm going by your action. Since Donald Trump took office, he has him and Elon Musk have purposely targeted the Negro ancestors' history on this landmass. You can go down from day one all the way up to the current date and call me a liar. And you'll be able to point to the different things that Donald Trump and Elon Musk are targeting directly. They went as far to target the Tuskegee Airmen course being taught in air school, air flight school. Why would that be a priority? With all the crisis that America is facing with inflation, how teaching the Tuskegee Airmen course a threat to America? In what way fashion can that be a threat? In what way fashion can that be a high priority in your first 30 days? You would have to be brain dead not to be able to figure out that Donald Trump and Elon Musk and the Republicans are targeting that history that was recorded before 1965. From 1619 up to 1965, that's the history they want to target, that they want to remove. And while Jake is on a public app bragging that Negro is going to be put beneath the classification Black American, Donald Trump and the Republicans and Elon Musk are erasing that history. They are busy erasing it and removing it. But these human beings feel the need to get on a public app and brag about trying to save the classification Black American. That's what's important to them. That's their priority. That's what they care about most. They don't care about that history being preserved. But they're going to find out, they're going to get a rude awakening. All of their little precious 50,000 patents are going to get washed down the drain. They're not going to get to run around and brag about the ancestor sacrifice because the Germans and the Irish and the Asians and the Latinos are going to be inserted into it. They're not going to get to wake up and brag about that much longer because they didn't care about fighting for it. They didn't care enough to want to fight and protect it and preserve it. So God is going to make sure that they're not going to get to run around bragging about it much longer. That's what my common sense tells me. That's what my little common sense, my little brain tell me every day that I wake up. That's what my little brain tell me. Now, if Donald Trump and the OMB come out with the final decision and who did you boycott is completely wrong, I am going to go down the whole laundry list and accept accountability for every word that came out of my mouth. For every single word that came out of my little mouth, I am going to go down that laundry list and own it and take ownership of it. I'm not going to be one of these other human beings that wake up and try to reinvent themselves and pretend like they didn't even tell a bald faced lie or make a statement. I'm going to stand on what come out of my mouth. If it turns out that who did you boycott is wrong, I am going to get on this live broadcast and accept accountability for that. I am going to do that. I'm not going to try to deny not one word. No, that's not going to happen. I'm going to get on this broadcast and I'm going to accept that accountability. I am praying and I'm putting my faith in the Heavenly Father that the Negro ancestors are going to be honored and acknowledged for the contribution and the sacrifice and achievement that they made on this landmass. And they made it the greatest sacrifice with their bones, sweat, and tears and murder for 246 years. For 246 years, they carved out that achievement. They made that sacrifice, and they deserve to be honored. And these ungrateful human beings are dishonoring them by thinking that it's right to put Negro beneath the classification Black American. So I don't think God is going to reward them for that. I don't think God is going to do that. And so I guess I'm just going to have to be patient and wait for them to get their just due. And in the meantime, while I'm waiting for them to get their just due, I'm going to make it known that you folks ran around for the longest telling folks that we were all black. You don't get to erase my paperwork. You don't get to dishonor the ancestors, all because you are offended by the word Negro, all because you think it's outdated. You don't get to do that. It's unfortunate that you were not born before them. They were born before you. So it's unfortunate for all you young folks who who are young and feel offended by the term Negro. It's unfortunate that you just were not born before those other persons. Who fault is that? Take it up with God. Take it up with God. Get on the phone and call God and have that conversation and ask and tell God why you are upset that you were not born before all of those persons who were born before 1965. I think you need to get on the phone and talk to God because I didn't have anything to do with that. I didn't have any control. I didn't have any say about it. You didn't have any say about it. You didn't have any control. So, only thing I can suggest that you do is get on the phone and call up God and have that conversation. But Negro slavery came first. Negro slavery came first. What came first can never be replaced. What came first can never be replaced. And you sorry human beings are trying to replace it. And that is why I am going to have to put your name in my title. That is why I am going to I've already put about 5 or 6 of your names on my notepad. So I got to go through each one of y'all names. I have about one, two, three, four, five other names on this notepad, and I'm gonna go down each one of them day by day. Day by day, I'm gonna change the name until I get to each one of you. Yes, I am. Thank you, folks, for popping in. I hope you have a good night. Uh, Thank you again for taking time out your evening, and keep safe and out of harm's way. Stay alert and look out for one another, and put as much safety and protection around you at all times. I am fully confident that the Heavenly Father will make sure that each one of us live out our days the way it's meant to be. Thank you again and have a good night. Well, folks, I had to pop back on here because I let the devil tell me to go scan the Twitter land hallway, and Tommy Sotomayor, and cultivating, and this other person by the name of Sassy, and Disruptor, and many other faces are in his Twitter space right now, and I took a screenshot of it. I recorded it. Um, Somebody needs to go tell Tommy Sotomayor to stop getting on a public app crying about what the women are doing and find a backbone and boycott Twitter. If he is so upset about the unfair treatment that men have received, and yes, they have been on attack since slavery. Well, somebody needs to go tell Tommy Sotomayor and the Disruptor and Cultivating and all those folks in that room, they could be boycotting tonight. They don't have to be, they don't have a gun to their head. No one is forcing them to get on Twitter. If they are fed up with the injustice, then what is preventing them from boycotting Twitter? There's another platform called Fanbase that they can shimmy on over to. That's partly owned by a person with brown and dark brown skin, but they like the slave master so much since Tommy Sotomayor likes to be quoting that slavery is by choice. Well, Tommy Sotomayor, you are part of that slave choosing slavery by choice because you keep coming and opening a Twitter space every time you feel like it on a slave master platform. So don't leave yourself out. While you are pointing out the fact that slavery is by volunteer, is by choice, well, Tommy Sotomayor, you are volunteering to click on the slave master's platform. So you are included in that statement. And I want all of these folks like the great debater and all of these men who get on these public apps and cry all day, they need to find a backbone and start boycotting. I am tired of hearing folks cry. I am tired. I am tired. I am tired of hearing adults cry. I am tired of it. I am fed up. I am fed up to the brim. And especially the men. Now the women, they are no better. But it's really bad when the men who are supposed to be the leaders of their community, they are the lead. That's the way God intended it. They are the lead. I don't know if they want it, but that's just how it was. The cards were dealt. That's how the cards were dealt. The men are the lead. From the time we start liking each other in elementary school, that little girl is waiting for that little boy to look their way. They're gonna always have the lead. That's why the man get down on their knees and propose. The woman can't have a child without that man. See, it always comes back to the man. They are the ones on the front line. Even though you have some of these women out here who run around talking about women's lib, I don't know what they talking about. I ain't never met no one who claimed to be part of that delusional world. I have never met anyone. And maybe just maybe I will get a chance to meet one before I die. It hasn't happened so far in my 62 years, but it could still happen because there seems to be quite a few of these women running around here in delusional world thinking they can do the same thing that a man can do. Well, I don't know why you think that way because God did not get it wrong. If God felt that then God would have felt it necessary to create a man and a woman. If it was intended, if it was intended, for the man to be able to do exactly the same thing that the woman can do, then I don't think God would have went to the trouble to create a man and a woman. I don't think he would have done that. I just don't think so. So for all those women who are delusional, their body were not built to be a man. It's just that fact of the matter. Now you can stay in that little comfortable delusional world until you're ready to step out of it. But that's not going to change the reality that a man was created, a woman was created, and God had a purpose for each one. I don't think I'm confused when I say God did not intend for the woman to be able to do the same thing that the man could do. I don't. I just. There's no way possible. That's no way possible. That's no way possible. And all these foolish women who think that they can do everything that a man can do, when they start volunteering to be on the front lines in battle, then I may halfway try to listen to you. But I don't see a large percent of women running around crying to be on the front lines of all these wars. I have yet to hear about that. I have yet to hear about that because it don't exist. So I have always respected and honored men. I had four brothers that taught me that set that example. They set a positive example and they gave their baby sister confidence as she grew up. I was blessed. I was quite blessed to have four strong brothers, two younger and two older. And they really helped their baby sister feel protected. And I can't thank them enough. I cannot thank them enough because I was able to, they allowed me to grow up in a very protective and confident environment. Maybe that's the what that maybe that's the reason why I am the way I am and so outspoken, and I'm a very strong person. I'm a very strong person like my mother, but I'm not a man. I'm not going to deny that fact because that's reality. I can never be a man. No matter how strong I may tell my little brain, I'm never going to be as strong as a man. It's just not humanly possible. We are wired differently. We are wired differently. So why would I lie to myself that way? Why? What reason on earth would I have to lie to myself that way? No, those men that deserve to be honored and respected and understand how to take the high road and not get on a public app and talk down about women and don't get on a public app and call women BICTH every other word. Those are the men that I acknowledge. Those are the men, when I hear them speak, I know I am listening to a man that deserves to be honored and respected. I know the difference because I had four brothers. So I don't have any confusion. Who did you boycott is just like other women. My little heart got broken by relationship just like the next person. But I didn't those after those relationships ended, I didn't walk away bitter. I walked away hurt. Oh yes, I shedded some tears. I walked away hurt, and I did shed some tears sometime, but I did not walk away bitter. Thank God for that. I had to work through that in my own way. It could have very easily went south like that. It could have, but my mother gave me a good foundation, and my brothers gave me a good foundation. So I was able to work through that pain and come out on the other end not feeling bitter. Not feeling bitter. I got I'm getting tired. I was able to go through that pain and come out on the other end not feeling bitter. It took me 5 engagements before I got married. A whole 5 engagements before I finally said I do. Do you think I went back over each one of those relationships, just hanging on to bitter and disappointment. No, I had to work through that experience. I had to work through it. But I know men get a lot of back talk from women, and they need to be put in their place in a respectful way. If they don't take heed to that man putting them in their place in a respectful way, then disassociate with them. But don't get on a public app and embarrass yourself and your mother and your sister and your aunts, all because these different women has upset you and hurt your feelings in such a bad way that you are going to get on a public app and call women bitch. You should have the ability to take the high road. The same way, who did you boycott? Hold herself accountable to take the high road. Each person have the ability to take the high road. Sometimes it may get a little bit off rail, and then you have to get it back on rail. After one or two exchanges, if you are still hurting insults to each other, at that point, it reflects on your own character. Because we're all human and we're going to respond in a bad way sometimes. But after about a couple of exchanges and it continues, now it's about that individual person's character. It's not about anger and responding to someone disrespecting you. Now it's reflecting on your character because you should be a bigger person to rise above it. If you hold yourself to a high standard, if you have been holding yourself and your character to a high standard, you're not going to cross that road. No matter how bad that lady uh disrespect you, you're going to ignore her and walk away. You're going to be the bigger person and walk away. If you're on a public app, just ignore the person. They'll shut up. They will shut up faster than you can blink your eye if you sit there and don't respond to them. See how that works? You see how simple that works? Women can do their part to check each other. They can do that. They can take that initiative. They should take that initiative. But for those who don't have the right persons around them to set the right example, oh well, they're going to have to find a way. They're going to have to find a way. They're going to have to fall on their face enough time. They're going to get put in their place enough time until they correct themselves, until they make self correction. That's that's their faith. Nobody can control that. No one can stop that. That woman is going to have to travel that path. They're going to have to go on that journey and figure that out for themselves. If they don't want to take the feedback of persons around them who are close associates, close friends, if they don't want to take constructive feedback from other women, then they're just going to have to run that course. They're going to run into enough men who are going to chew them up and spit them out. They're going to run into the wrong men enough time, then they're going to get chewed up and spit out until they make that self correction. And if that don't work, well, whatever they face be, it was meant to be. It was just meant to be. But that's a whole different matter when it comes to men. They are the leaders of their family and their community. They didn't ask for that assignment. They didn't ask for that responsibility. They didn't ask for that duty, but that's what was assigned to them by the genetics. It's just unfortunate or fortunate, however the man want to look at it, because I'm not a man, so I cannot speak for a man. All I know is that that's the structure of our existence. It's the man, woman, and child. The man, woman, and child. That's the order. I didn't have anything to do with it. That was God. That was God's decision. Don't blame me. Do not blame me. Call up God and take it up with God. I didn't have anything to say about it. That's the order. The man, the woman, the child. That's the order of things. And folks just have to respect that. And if you cannot respect that, if you cannot extend that respect to one another, then simply part ways. But that don't mean that you have to get on a public app and call each other insulting names. If you don't like each other, if you don't like what's coming out of each other's mouth, then don't go around each other. How hard can that be? How hard can that be? And if you have relationships and you are mistreated, then go to therapy, talk to someone that you trust and work through it. But the world is made up of millions and billions of people. And there are going to always be some persons in that society, in that world, that's going to hurt you. None of us have the ability to prevent ever being hurt. I think if we had a perfect world, if we all could have a perfect world and nobody feelings would get hurt, I think both of us would want that. But that's not there's no perfect world. Each human being has to hold themselves accountable for their own actions. So if your actions and your personality and your emotions are a reflection of the disappointment that other women have caused you to feel, then you have to work through that. If that woman's hurt feelings and disappointments of the relationships that she have been in, and she end up being bitter and angry at all time, then she has to work through that. Whether go seek therapy or seek some type of assistance if you cannot work through it on your own. But to display it on a public app and to display it in public, each individual has to take accountability for doing that because the man have the ability to take the higher road. The woman have the ability to take the higher road. And when each gender do not choose to do that, they have to take accountability for that. But Tommy Sotomayor is a sorry human being, and God is going to deal with him. God is going to deal with him as sure as what his name is on his birth certificate. God is going to take care of Tommy Sotomayor and persons like him, the great debater, and all those persons that go into his room. I don't know how anyone can go into Tommy Sotomayor's room and sit there and listen for 5 minutes. I don't know how you do it. Something had to seriously be wrong and damaged about your character to sit there for 5 minutes and listen to that man. Something had to really, really seriously be wrong with you to sit in his room for 5 minutes and listen to his babble and his insult and disrespect of human beings. But most of his target is women. And they're all I look at all those avatars of men faces and women faces, and I'm scratching my head and saying, how can any person sit in that man's room for 5 minutes and listen to him? Something has to deeply be wrong with your own individual character to listen to him. That's what my evaluation is. Because you can't get on a public app and cry about what women have done to men, and cry about all the unfair treatment that women, the favor treatment that women are receiving, because that's taking place. But I would think that men, they have been attacked by America's environments from day one. But you cannot have it your cake and ice cream too. Tommy Sotomayor and you men that feel that way, like Tommy Sotomayor, if you know and the women know that you have been dealt an unfair hand, why do you get on a public app and cry and put down women while your enemy is listening 24/7. That's not only going to hurt that woman, it's going to hurt each one of those young children and grandkids who are boys and girls. Your target may be that woman that you are disgusted with, that you feel has done men wrong, but your words are not only going to aim at that lady, but it's aiming at the whole community. When a man can get on a public app and tell the whole world how he feel about the women in his community and feel proud of it, then you know something is seriously wrong. You know, right then and there, you are listening to a mentally disturbed human being. Because I'm going to repeat again, women are not perfect and men are not perfect. Women are not perfect and men are not perfect. But those of us who were raised to hold ourselves to a high standard because that's the foundation that our household gave us when we went out into the real world, we kept that standard. We didn't decide to get on a public app and embarrass not only ourselves, but our mother and our sister and our aunts and grandmothers. No, we didn't decide to do that. But Tommy Sotomayor decides to do that anytime he feels like it. His every other word is BICTH. BICTH, BICTH this, BICTH that, BICTH this, BICTH that. I guess Tommy Sotomayor don't have any respect for his mother and his sisters and his aunts and his grandmother. I don't I guess I don't think Tommy Sotomayor think that his mother is a woman because if he respected his mother as a woman, he wouldn't get on a public app and call women BICTH every other word. Now, I'm not on this broadcast claiming that women don't do things that are embarrassing, how they display themselves in public, how they carry themselves in public, how they speak, and how they respect other individuals. I am not defending that. But I know one thing. I personally have never been associated with a woman that act that way. I don't know about anyone else, but who did you boycott ain't never been associated with a woman that don't know how to be respectful to a man, that don't know how to speak to a man with respect. Because who did you boycott? I would say again, I grew up with four brothers. Four. Four. Two younger and two older. So who did you boycott have not been confused not one day of her life. Not one day. Not one single day of my life. I have never been confused about the respect and the honor that men deserve. They deserve to be honored and given a thank you every single day that we wake up because the load and the burden on their shoulders, I would never carry. I would never experience that. I would never carry that. But every woman should extend that thank you and respect and honor every single day that they wake up. That should be an unspoken thing. And folks should speak it out loud anytime they feel the need to do it. But that does not excuse men that get on a public app and put down women. And I don't excuse women who put down men. So neither one of you are going to get a pass because each one of us are responsible for our own individual character. Each one of us are responsible for our own individual character. And you have a deep character flaws that You feel the need to get on a public app and talk down about women. And if women are doing that, they have a mental illness. You need to go seek help. You folks need to go seek help because you are setting a poor example for the community. You need to go get help. You really do. Because you are getting on a public app for content creating. You are creating content by talking down about persons in your community. And I clearly understand that folks want to earn an income, they want to earn a living. And America makes it very comfortable for folks to come to America and make a living off of talking down about brown and dark brown skinned person. They make it clear to you you can be you can make a good comfortable life as long as you get on a public platform and talk down about persons with brown and dark brown skin. And a lot of you folks have swallowed that Kool-Aid. You have swallowed that Kool-Aid one glass after another. But what you forgot about something. Every word that come out of your mouth, it reflects back on you. Unless you can peel off your skin. Did you forget about that part? Did you men or did you women forget about that part? No, you didn't forget about it because all you care about is the money. All you care about is creating the content that make you popular and get you a bag of money. So you don't care about any scruples, any 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 character standard. You don't care about any of that. You don't care how it reflects a negative image on the collective. Now, I'm gonna repeat, and I need to get off of here. Women, excuse me, women have flaws. Women do negative things with their character that reflects negative on the collective. Men do the same thing. But do it make it right? No. So that's why it comes down to the individual character. The individual person has to hold themselves to a standard. And if they choose not to do it, then they have to be ostracized. You just part ways from them and let them find their own little comfortable place in the world. But you can't change another human being. I don't care how bad you talk about them. I don't care how bad you talk about them. I don't care how bad you call them names, how bad you curse them out. They are not going to change until they are ready to change. You can talk about that woman until you blue in the face. You can talk about that woman until you pass out. You're not going to change that person until they're ready to do it. When you explain to that person that you do not accept their character, that's the most that you can do. You can tell that person if you encounter them that you don't approve of their character, and if they don't accept the words that's coming out of your mouth, then move in the opposite direction. Just take your little two legs and move in the opposite direction. And I guarantee you, if enough folks do that to that person, they're going to make their decision whether they want to self correct. They're going to decide that based on the response they get from individuals in society. If enough persons walk away from them and don't want to interact with them, don't want to look at them, don't want to talk to them, they're going to sit down and make that self correction on their own. But getting on a public app and talking down to a woman is not going to help that. No, no, it's just going to simply make you a bag of money. It's going to make you feel popular. A lot of folks are going to cheer you on. A lot of folks are going to cheer you on, and you're going to feel like you're going to stick your chest out and think you had done something. No, It's only brown and dark brown skinned persons that get on these social media apps and talk down about their persons in their community. I don't see no Asian persons putting up a YouTube channel or open a Twitter space and talk down about the men and women in their community. I have yet to see one Twitter space where a Asian person open a Twitter space to talk down about their men or their women. I have yet to see one German person get on a public app and open a Twitter space and talk down about their men or their women. I have yet to see one Jewish space of Jewish individuals opening a Twitter space to talk down about their men and women. I have Do anyone know of any of those a room like that? Send me the link because I haven't seen it. In my 3 years of being a part of this madness, I have yet to see it in 3 years. Now, I could have missed it. I could have missed it. So, if anyone know of a room like that, send the link to me, and I'll correct myself. I'll make the correction. But you folks with brown and dark brown skin, y'all take great pleasure and getting on being on public display. You take great pleasure in, and then you're gonna find those little folks who say, "Oh, we don't know how to call out our community. We don't know how to call out our community." I just explained to you how to call out your community. You can express to that person that you don't accept or approve of their character and walk away. You see how simple that is? It doesn't call for any other additional words. It doesn't cause for repeat rooms to constantly talk down about individuals in your community. No, it don't call for all of that. You can call out those individuals who don't hold themselves to a high standard, don't hold their character reputation to a high standard. It's a way that you can call them out without trying to make that bag of money, without trying to have that popular reputation, without reflecting negative on the whole community. It's a way to go about doing it, but folks don't want to do that. They won't be so popular. They may not get they social media platform monetized. That would not be acceptable. So now folks gonna run around and say, "Oh, we we don't want to call out we don't want to call out our community when folks have flaws." No, no, that's not it. That's the little narrative that y'all like to run with. That's the little narrative that you like to run with, like that one that you call don't pocket watch. Don't pocket watch. We don't need no pocket watching in our community. We just want folks to get away with scamming and hustling their community. We don't want anyone to pocket watch. No, it's a way to go about making corrections. And you don't have to do it in an embarrassing and disrespectful way. You don't have to do it because I don't see any other communities doing that. I have yet to witness any other communities doing it, and they these other communities have their flaws too. They not perfect. So why is it such a need for the persons with brown and dark brown skin? They have to be seen and heard. They have to be seen and heard, or they're not happy. They have to be seen and heard every single day of their life. They have to be seen and heard. So that's the reason why, along with many other variables. But you folks are doing a good job. You adults are doing a good job of setting a positive example for that young person. Because you never know. A young teenager may be listening in the anonymous section at any given day. It may be a young person younger than 18 sitting there with their phone in their hand listening in the anonymous section like I did today, like I do quite often. And what kind of example would that be for a teenager, a young person younger than 18, to click on Tommy Sotomayor Twitter space and sit there and listen? How damaging would that be? Nobody want to talk about that. All the focus has to be on that bad woman who hurt my feelings, that bad woman who walked out her door with her behind showing, her breasts showing. She just embarrassing. She just totally being embarrassing. But nobody want to take accountability if that teenager is listening in the anonymous section. Nobody's talking about that. They just want to ignore that and pretend like that anonymous listening section is not there. While folks are busy calling out all the flaws of the woman and busy calling them BICTH, nobody better not talk about that anonymous listening section. Don't nobody say nothing about that. Don't utter one word. Don't you dare try to utter one word about that anonymous listening section that a young person could be sitting in. But Tommy Sotomayor is not going to take accountability for that. Tommy Sotomayor make it a career to talk down about Negroes and Negro descendants on America's landmass. I don't hear him open a Twitter space talking about his birthplace. I have yet to hear this man get on a public app and talk down about his bloodline. I think he's Haitian, or Jamaican. Which one? I probably got it on one of my recordings. I think this subpart human being is from Jamaica or Haiti. I have yet to hear him open a room and talk down about his people back in his nation. He got all the energy in the world to talk down about Negroes and Negro descendants on America's landmass, while sitting over here, while sitting over here, reaping all the benefit of the Negro ancestors. 246 years. You folks are so ungrateful. Y'all are downright ungrateful. How dare a human being think they have the liberty to come to someone else's country and talk down about them? Now, if you are on your own birthplace landmass, then you have every right to say whatever you please. But when folks took it too far and somebody told their little brain they had the right to come to someone else's nation and talk down about those persons who is their birthplace, that's their birthplace, that's their only home that they know. No one is going to pay me to go to Africa or Jamaica or Haiti and talk down about those persons. You're not going to pay me to do that. I don't care how bad they hurt my feelings. I don't care how many names they call me. I don't care what they do to me. You are not going to pay me to talk down to those persons on their landmass, on their home turf. You're not going to pay me to do that. First of all, I love me too much. I wouldn't make it back alive. I wouldn't make it back alive. And you wouldn't even have to give me any motivation not to do it. I would just know because I have a brain. But since America makes that comfortable, America gives the green light for anyone to come to America and look down on Negroes and descendants of the Negro ancestors. Everybody do it. Everybody do it. Everybody has the green light. Just go at it. America has given you the green light. You can say what you please about those Negroes and those descendants of Negroes and those persons who birthplace is America since 1865. If they were here by 1865 and this is their birthplace, this is their birthplace, this is their home, then America has made it very clear to you you have the green light to say whatever you please as long as that person have brown and dark brown skin. You can say as you please. You can say anything out your mouth as you please 24/7. The only requirement is that that person have to have brown and dark brown skin, and they have to be a descendant of Negroes, and they have to have been born and birthed in America by 18 and descend from someone who got to America by 1865. You don't have to meet a lot of requirements. You don't have to worry about meeting a lot of requirements. But I'm waiting for the day when Tommy Sotomayor get on a public app and talk down about his own people. I'm waiting for that day. I'm waiting for that day. I'm waiting for that day for cultivating uh, all his little sidekicks, the great debater, all the ones who the degenerate. These are degenerate human beings that get on a public app and gather together. Call me a liar. They gather together in each other's room because they see a similarity in each other's character. That's why they gather together, because that's human nature. Human beings who see similarities in each other's character, they are going to naturally gravitate to each other, and they're going to bond together. And that's what I have witnessed since I've been a part of these social media platforms. My mother always said, birds of a feather will flock together. Birds of a feather will flock together. That's what I always remind myself when I observe the different persons who gravitate to each other. When I do my observation of who gathers together with each other, what about their character is similar that bring them together and causes them to gravitate to each other. And then I remember what my mother told me. Birds of a feather will flock together. Birds of a feather will flock together. And that's exactly what I be witnessing because it's no reason under the sun for anyone to be in Tommy Sotomayor's room on Twitter unless they see something about Tommy Sotomayor's character that's similar to their own. That's the only reason that I can think of as to why a person would click on his title and come into his room and listen for 5 minutes. It's got to be something that is about that man's character that they feel is similar about their own character. Otherwise, they wouldn't flock together with each other. The facts are the facts. Folks don't never know what is going to tell a lot about your character that you did not intend to happen. Just be aware of that fact. Just remind yourself of that fact that you are saying more about your character 24 hours a day based on what words and actions that you take. It says a lot of it says more than what you may intend to say about your character based on the words that come out of your mouth, based on the individuals that you associate with, based on the actions that you take. Just be thoughtful of that matter. If you care about your character reputation, I would remind myself of that. That's what I apply to myself. I'm very, very guarded about who I associate with. I started doing it in junior high school. I started doing it in junior high school when my mother sat me down and talked to me. I've been doing it since then. It's a built-in habit at this point. It's a built-in habit. I'm very, very guarded about who I associate with, who I let into my inner circle. I am very, very overly guarded about that. That's one thing I can tell you about myself that I know concretely. And folks who know me will tell you that. Just shimmy on over to Facebook and ask them about me. I ain't got to hide it. Those that remember me, they know I kept them at arm's length from junior high school all the way up to senior high school. If they remember me, they'll tell you. You ain't got you ain't got to ask my permission. Just take a screenshot of my profile and shimmy on over to Facebook and say, "Do you know this lady? Do you know this person?" And then if because my graduating class was only 150 persons, so if good bit of us are still alive and they somewhere over there on Facebook, they'll answer you back. They will. I'm more than certain that they'll be more than happy to answer you back if they remember who I was. And maybe some of them remember me because I played volleyball. I played volleyball. I ran track for. I went out for track in junior high school. I went out for basketball and made the basketball team from the 10th grade, 11th grade, and 12th grade. So maybe some of them remember me, but I did not run in no circle with a lot of folks. It was four of us that stayed connected from junior high school to senior high school. And like I said, my graduating class was very small. It was 150 persons, just 150. So it behooves folks to be careful about who they associate with. That's your personal choice. That's your personal choice, but it tells a lot about you. So I just had to pop on here real quick and talk about Tommy Sotomayor and cultivating and the lady by the name of Sassy and the disruptor and all the other persons who are in that room with him because no one have a gun to any one of those persons head. And if Tommy Sotomayor is going to spend all this energy getting on a public app to dump on women, I'm going to ask him a direct question. Why have the men not organized a boycott by now? So, since men have been getting the short end of the deal, why have they not organized and activated a boycott? If they feel, and they have every right to feel the way they feel, and they are 100% right, well, what is preventing Tommy Sotomayor and all these other men who have all this to say about women from activating a boycott? What's stopping them? Can someone answer that for me? I would like an answer. I would like an answer for all of these men that have all of this time to get on Twitter and call women bitch. I'm waiting. I'm waiting. I'm waiting. I'm who did you boycott is going to continue to do her reconnaissance. I'm going to continue to pop in and observe and listen to all of these different men that have all the time in the world to cry about what women have done to them and what America has done to you. Well, it's time to put up or shut up. It's time to put up or shut up. No one is stopping you from organizing a boycott of Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Clubhouse, YouTube, and TikTok. Who's stopping you from doing that? Can someone tell me who is stopping men from doing that? Can someone explain that to me? Who is stopping all of these men who are upset with the unfair treatment that they have received for decades and centuries? Who is stopping them? Is that woman that hurt their feelings? That is it that woman who they call BICTH? Is that person stopping them? Because somebody need to tell me who is stopping all of these men who have so much backbone to get on a public app and embarrass themselves. I need for someone to answer me. I'm waiting for an answer. I am waiting for an answer because I'm fed up with these weak backbone men. I'm tired. I'm tired of you wannabe gangster men that get on a public app and call each other nigger, nigger, nigger all day and curse each other out. I'm tired. I'm fed up with that. That's not a man. That's a wannabe online gangster. That's not a man. Those are not men. I don't know who they think they are fooling, but who did you boycott grew up with four brothers. So you may get over with other folks, but I grew up with four brothers and it wasn't a cakewalk. It was not a cakewalk. They did not let their baby sister get away with nothing. And you can just imagine how bad I was and they wouldn't let me get away with nothing. I'm just gonna be frankly truthful with you. They they upsetted me. They really upsetted me because they would not let me get away with nothing. But but it was not a cakewalk. So I'm waiting for you men folks to step up to the plate. I'm waiting for you men folks to step up to the plate because you running around here calling each other nigger, nigger, nigger all day ain't gonna cut it. Nigger, nigger, nigger. My nigger, 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 nigger. My nigger over there, my nigger over there. All you folks sound like it's slave masters. You think that make you sound like a man? No, it makes you sound like that slave master back during slavery. That's the subpar human being who coined that phrase, that word called nigger. It wasn't you. It wasn't me. It wasn't my ancestor who coined that word nigger. No, it was that subpar evil human being that made another human being a slave. Why in God's name would I want to be caught calling another person with brown or dark brown skin a nigger? Why would I want to do that? Can someone explain that one to me also? Because it seems like folks who get on these public apps, I think they wake up just for that purpose. I believe that a lot of, even women, are starting to use the word nigger. But the men, they take it to another level. But even the women are doing it. You know, you are mentally damaged when it goes that far. That you have convinced yourself that you can make nigger all your own. When who told you that you control the whole world? Did someone tell you individual persons that you have that amount of control over the whole world, that you have the ability to make nigger all your own? Who told you that? I would like to meet that person. I would like to meet that person one day. Someday I would like to meet him because you got to be fully delusional to lie to yourself that way. No, you folks level of trauma and scars has to be dealt with. When you can take so much pride in calling each other nigger, something is wrong there. Something is really wrong there. And I, d- I'm a woman. I'm not. I know I'm not the person to help you because I'm just a woman. I don't try to be anything more than that. I was born into the world a woman. I'm gonna die a woman. I'm not the person to try to help you. I wish that you could m- connect with the person that can help you stop saying that word so that won't so that harm would not be passed down to your children and grandkids. I wish that you could meet the right person to help you with that. I don't claim to have that expertise. All I can do is share with you my mother never used that word in my household growing up. My brothers and sisters never used that word. I don't remember anyone in my community using that word. as I grew up. Now, I don't know about you other folks' community, but that did not happen in the community that I grew up in. That did not happen in the household that I grew up in with my brothers and sisters. It did not happen. And my mother did not say that word. Not one day. Not one day of her life did she say that word. I'm not going to lie on my mother. May she rest in peace. I am not about to lie on my mother. She never said it. But for some odd reason, you folks are quite proud of that word. And maybe someone can send me a message and explain to me why you have such an attachment to a word called nigger when you clearly know that the slave master coined that word. It belongs to them. It belongs to each one of those evil, subpar human beings who used that word to harm my ancestor and other folks' ancestor. That's who it belongs to. Why you want to get on a public app and lie and try to claim that you made it all your own. You can't make something all your own when you didn't coin it. You were not the person or the collective human beings who coined it. How you gonna coin something and make something all your own 100 years later? After 150 years later, how did that happen? How do you perform that Houdini? How can you make something your own that had already been in existence long before you were born? How does that happen? Can someone explain that to me? Because I don't think it's possible for you human beings to try to coin nigger. Nigger was a word used to cause harm to my ancestors and other folks' ancestors. You can't make that your own. But you folks are doing a good job of being a mouthpiece for those slave masters who are 6 foot under, who are dead and gone. You're being a good mouthpiece for them, but I can't see what other purpose that word serves. Can someone explain it to me? If I missed something, I got it incorrect, because I don't see any other purpose for it. I don't. And I think most of you men know that. And now the women have picked up the sickness. First, it was bad enough for the men to run around saying it all the time. Now the women have started doing it. And of course, that young person gonna grow up hearing their mother and father say that word constantly, and one day they're gonna walk out into the world, and the wrong person gonna say it to them. The wrong person is going to say that word to that child, and they're gonna respond in the wrong way, and they may lose their life. But who can you blame? They grew up hearing their mother and father and other adults constantly saying it. So who do you blame? Who do you blame when that child walk out into the world one day and they run into the wrong person that say that word to them? You're not going to blame yourself. No, you're going to blame the enemy. You're going to blame the folks you call white. You're not going to look in that mirror and blame yourself. No, you're not going to take the blame, because nobody got a gun to your head and is forcing you to get on a public app day after day and call each other nigger. Nigger, 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 my nigger, my nigger, my nigger, my nigger. Nobody got a gun to your head that's forcing you to do that. I don't think you individual persons have dug up those slave masters. Have you dug them up from their grave and brought and reincarnated them? Did somebody dig up all of those bodies of those slave masters and reincarnate them and brought them back to life? Because that's not possible. That's not possible. So, what is the reason for men to be constantly saying nigger? It has gotten so bad that the women are doing it too. That's how bad it's gotten. I pointed this out well over a year ago. I pointed this exact fact out over a year ago in a Twitter space. Folks got really upset with me because I called it out. They got really bent out of shape with who did you boycott. That's one of the reasons why folks don't like me on Twitter today. Because folks don't like me because I speak my mind. I speak my mind and I believe in being fair and honest with everyone. I don't show no favoritism to anyone. No ounce of favoritism to anyone. But I'm gonna speak my mind. I'm not gonna go out my way to step on your toes and cause confrontation with you. I'm not gonna do any of that. But I'm going to speak my mind. I was doing it long before I ever heard your voice. So I'm not going to up and change because I'm on a public app talking to a phone. So folks got mad at me when I pointed that out well over a year ago. Ain't nothing changed since that day. The same question that I raised over a year ago is the same one I'm raising tonight. Ain't nothing changed but the year and the days. But the year and the days, that's the only thing that's changed. I'm still asking the same question that I was asking over a year and a half ago. I'm still asking that same question. No one can give me an answer. No one has bothered to give me an answer. You can send me a DM or you can come on this broadcast and have a conversation about it. Either one you want to do. You can either send me a DM message or anyone that want to come on this broadcast and have a conversation with me, I will more than happy send you the invite link. And we can schedule a convenient time that's convenient for both of us. It's not no sweat off of me. I will make time for it. I will make time in spite of my busy schedule. I will more than happy make time for it. But folks are not going to do that. They're going to stay in their little echo chambers and feed each other's egos and feed each other and stick and pat each other on the back. They're gonna stay in their little comfortable, safe echo chambers and continue to show favoritism and popularity to each other. That's okay. You folks, if you don't find a backbone real soon and boycott, oh, you're gonna regret that. You're gonna regret that. You are going to regret that. Yes, I think we're finally at that crossroad. You folks are going to regret that you did not boycott. You didn't have to join the boycott that Who Did You Boycott preached about for 3 years, but you could have did your own. You could have started your own boycott. You didn't have to join the one I've been preaching about. I even told you you didn't even have to activate. You just had to add your number to the boycott, and you won't even do that. You don't even have to worry about participating. Just add your number, and you won't even do that. So I know it's no excuse now. It's no excuse under the sun as to why, other than that you detest my guts. You dislike me so badly. That's the reason why you don't want to support the one that I have personally launched. So you're not fooling me. I just evaluated that 2 days ago. Up until 2 days ago, I had not come to that conclusion. But 2 days ago, I came to that conclusion and I decided to speak about it out loud. Because before then, that had not entered my thoughts. I had not allowed it to enter my thoughts. I didn't even go there. But 2 days ago, I finally had to be honest with myself. I finally had to sit down and have that difficult conversation with myself and admit the truth. Aquilin, these persons that you have interacted with for the past 3 years, they despise your gut. They despise your character. They despise your existence. You see, I didn't use that word called hate. That's another one that y'all starting to like. Y'all really attached to that word hate now. All of a sudden, you can't say hate enough. I don't use that word. I don't use it, especially if I'm talking about another person with brown or dark brown skin. I'm not about to utter that word in reference to a person with brown or dark brown skin. I'm not going to do that. Not ever. So I just want you folks to understand that Who Did You Boycott got your message loud and clear. It did not fly over her head. She got it. It took her a little while to put it together, but it did not fly over my head. I got it. I got it loud and clear. A-OK. I got it. I know you've been wondering why it's taking so long for me to get the message. I want to make this um making the announcement on my broadcast, and I know I finally got your message. It took me a little while to get there and put it together, but I finally got it. I got it. So you can put your mind at ease and know that everything's a okay. Everything's a okay. Who Did You Boycott finally got it. She finally understand that y'all are going to do everything under the sun as long as you don't support the boycott that Who Did You Boycott launched. You don't want me to be right. You just so angry and despise me so badly. It just it just irks your gut for me to be right. So I had to put the pieces together. It just really bores your inside to think that me promoting a boycott will turn out to be right. That you go to great lengths to avoid doing a boycott, all out of spite against me. It's downright sad. It's shameful and it's quite sad. It really is. It really is pitiful that adults will go to that great length. They can run around here and talk about pull ups and events in Washington, D.C., and events in Chicago, and events in Atlanta, but it'll take too much effort to support a boycott. Y'all expose yourself. You would prefer to run around and tell your community to get in a car, get on a bus, get on an airplane, and fly to Chicago, fly to New Orleans, fly to D.C., fly to Atlanta, and do pull-ups before you encourage them to do a boycott. You can't be more fake than that. You can't be more fake and fake again than that. All of that money that has been spent for these events could have been put in a money chest and could have been invested in another way. But y'all egos got the best of you. Your egos got the best of you. So you put on that show. You got in that car, you got on that airplane, you got on that train, and you went and did your little pull-ups in your different cities. But it was asking too much to support a boycott. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Please make it make sense because you have been exposed. You have been exposed for the fake, weak human beings you are. You didn't intend for that to happen, but that's what you ended up doing. You have been exposed for the weak backbone that you walk around with. I know you didn't meant for that to happen, but make it make sense. You can't. You cannot make. that makes sense. It's not possible. So, who did you boycott? Not going nowhere. I know y'all folks been praying for that. I know y'all wish I would disappear, but I'm not going nowhere. Not until I feel like it. Not until I feel like going somewhere. That's when I'm going to go. That's when I'm going to disappear. I'm not going nowhere. Cause just because you folks don't like me, that don't bother me. You don't breathe for me. Contact me when you start breathing for me, and then I'll be concerned. But running around here trying to disparage my character and damage my reputation and curse me out and try to butt break me and try to intimidate me, that don't work on me. It don't work on it does not work on me. It was a waste of time. It was downright a waste of time. You should have went to the next person. You shouldn't have wasted all that energy on me. I I think I told most of you the only thing that I'm concerned is if you decide to start breathing for me. If it's some way that you can start breathing for me, then please let me know about that. Please inform me of that at least 5 minutes in advance. I would kindly appreciate that. Other than that, I don't know what else to tell you. I really don't. I don't know what else I can tell you. So you folks have a good night. Thank you for popping in. Thank you for taking time out your evening and popping in for the broadcast. Keep safe and out of harm's way. Stay alert and look out for one another. And the good Lord, I trust, will ensure that each one of us live out our days the way it's meant to be. Thank you again. Take care.